much, Excellency. Thank you for your inspiring words. And let me start by saying it's a true honor for me to be here at this important event. I came straight from the Climate Summit in Nairobi last night, where also food production and climate adaptation into food systems, related to food systems, what's at the core of what I believe Africa wants to push at the coming COP, and it is so important that we stress this issue. It is quite absurd that we in 2023 are able to. Is it not working? Should I come closer? Or is that better?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It is quite a paradox that in 2023 we send tourists to space, and we are yet not able to feed a global population with nutritious meals every day.
Absolutely.
And I believe that at the core of attacking this tremendous challenge is investing in small-scale food producers, and of whom most are women. That is why, as you said, Madam Moderator, we recently launched a strategy for combating hunger through investing in small-scale production. And nutrition is at the very heart and one of the focus areas of that strategy, both addressing malnutrition and undernutrition. And what do we know today of the people suffering the most from malnutrition and undernutrition and food insecurity? Well, we know that most of them live in rural areas, many of whom are women. And it is a paradox that the people most likely to suffer from food insecurity are themselves food producers. So what we need to do is invest in small-scale production, getting the productivity up in a climate-smart manner, giving these often women tools that are adequate to scale up productivity, but also bringing these products to the local and regional markets. Yesterday, at the Climate Summit, many of the African heads of state spoke of the opportunities in the green transformation. And I think we need to talk a lot more about that, because we need to transform our food systems. We need to transform the food systems of Norway. We need to transform the food systems of Africa. And that is a huge opportunity for each of those 33 million small-scale farmers that can make a living stepping out of self-subsistence farming and becoming the head of their own life and economic independence. So I'm very, very excited about the potential. And before I stop, let me also just say 2 words about the aquatic sector, which which Her Excellency spoke so eloquently about. We know that a lot of the animal protein consumed at this continent comes from protein from fish. We need to manage these resources in a much more sustainable way, but we also need to get up the productivity in the sector, including inland waters and rivers, securing micronutrients and nutrients for a growing population on this continent. And Norway stands ready to invest in small-scale fishermen, small-scale farmers, according to the continent's own strategy, including the AU's Malibu Declaration. And I truly believe that this has transformative powers for the African continent.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Anne Severin. A round of applause for her. She has reminded us again, and that's actually the reason why we are here, the fact that the food producers are actually the ones who are food insecure. And that's really a paradox that we have to resolve. And I'm so glad you remind us of the technological advances that have been made. You know, we go to this space, but we just can't solve this very basic issue. Thank you for the challenge that you've thrown to us. And thank you so much, Your Excellency and the Honorable Minister. And let's give them a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Thank you so much. So we are going to transition to the next panel. And I'm going to start to call out our panelists. And the next panel is also another exciting one. It's going to be a round table with the women leaders. So I'm going to call them out. The first panelist is Honorable Umi Ali Mwalimu, the Minister of Health, Tanzania. Please welcome to the podium. And the next panelist, as we wait for Honorable Umi, the next panelist I would like to invite to the podium is Ms. Dina Esposito, the Assistant to the Administrator, Resilience and Food Security at the USAID, Feed the Future Deputy Coordinator for Development and Global Food Crisis Coordinator. Welcome, Ms. Dina. The next panelist is Ms. Wilma. Last but not least is Mrs. Hewart Dasene, the Nutrition Coordination Lead Executive Officer, the Ministry of Health, Ethiopia. Please give a round of applause to these wonderful speakers. Okay, thank you very much for joining us. Ms. Umi? No? Okay. All right. You will introduce yourself. Thank you. So I'm going to pose the first question to you. And what initiatives are you leading in your country in support of women's role in transforming food systems for stronger nutritional benefits? This is a question to Honorable Umi. Are you a replacement for Honorable Umi? No. Okay, so what initiatives are you leading in your country in support of women's role in transforming food systems for stronger nutritional benefits?
All right, thank you. Let me start by introducing myself. I'm not Honorable Umi. Rather, I'm a Deputy Permanent Secretary from the Ministry of Health. And I know she had 2 sessions. I had come for the next one, but I think I'll also attend this one. So as a country in Tanzania, we've had several interventions in terms of supporting women to ensure that they have sustainable availability of food, but also affordability. So there are a number of interventions that have been done. One of them is having specific programs for women, especially those who are involved in small-scale farming. And through the local government authorities, which is under the President's regional administration and local government authorities, we have a process, or we have a program whereby they are given, they get 10% from the collection of the local government councils. And once they are given this money, actually they can also use it in agriculture, especially in small farming. But again, another thing is that we've had several interventions in terms of educating women on health diet, but also proper nutrition for themselves as women, but also for under 5 children. We all understand that when you're talking about malnutrition, it's more, it impacts more women and under 5 children than other population segments, okay? So there are such projects that really empower women in terms of giving them education on how they can prepare food, they can maintain nutrition, and they can feed their children. But if you go around Tanzania, you'll find there are several markets which are dedicated for women, okay, in terms of providing them with an opportunity of selling their products, okay, as a way of generating income, but also as a way of sustaining their families. And there are also procedures whereby they can get subsidies, okay, in terms of making sure that they get seeds and such other facilities to make sure that really it becomes a little bit more easier for them as women compared to the rest of the population. But lastly, let me talk about. You know, we have different segments of women. There are those who are in the rural areas, but there are also who are in the urban areas. So there are those women who are in the urban areas who are specifically, they're not really involved in agriculture as a way of ensuring sustainability of food systems, but they're more involved in pet trading, okay? So this is very common in our markets. If you go to some of our markets, you find that there are special places that have been earmarked for women where they can sell their products. And because women are really the major producers, or I would say, if you look into the agricultural sector, there are more women actually involved in agriculture. So there are a lot of other things that have been done actually to make sure that really we improve their agricultural techniques so that they can have more yield, but also we improve their skills in terms of value addition on whatever they grow, but also we educate them to make sure that whatever they grow is not only for business, but they also keep some for their families, because we understand there are no families without women, okay? They are really the major population segment that takes care of the families. So I think that's what I can share so far. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and sorry to ambush you, but fabulous inputs and insights. Indeed, very, very important to look at, especially when you look at nutrition, the women and the children dimension, and particularly educating women on nutritious foods and how to prepare that to keep the nutrients, and the positive segregation measures that you have used, you know, giving targeted inputs to women, for example, that is really key in enabling women to be strong actors and also to work towards nutritional benefits for their families. Thank you so much. And now I move on to Ms. Dina Esposito. Ms. Dina, I know USAID is, again, very, very active within this space, and it will be very, very interesting to hear the strategies and actions USAID is currently implementing to support African nations in their endeavors to transform their food systems with a specific focus on addressing nutritional challenges.
Great. Thank you very much for the question, and I'm just thrilled to be part of this very distinguished panel here this morning to be talking about nutrition. We talked a lot about ag production yesterday, which is a key part of nutrition, but necessary but not sufficient to really get at the nutrition outcomes. The U.S. government does have a global food security strategy. In fact, it's enshrined into our legislation, and we have a Global Food Security Act that allows us to spend about $1 billion a year on food and nutrition security around the world, and some 45% of those resources actually come to the African continent. And we have three objectives in that strategy, one being getting more nutritious food into the hands of women and children. A second one relates to building more resilient households, communities, and systems. And a third is focused on inclusive and sustainable agricultural production. And all three of those things need to work together to get to the nutrition outcomes. We've really evolved in our thinking since we started this about 14 years ago. And we've now got nutritious, affordable, and safe diets at really the center and heart of that strategy. And it involves both diversification of production. We spend a lot of this money on agricultural research, including in nutritious crops, working to make them more climate resilient, more nutritious, higher yielding, in things like sorghum, millet, indigenous African crops like cowpea, and we're also working on peanuts and a variety of nutritious crops. And we'll soon be investing more in indigenous African crop research to really focus on that crop diversification component. But we have also learned that increasingly, even in rural populations, those who are growing food are still buying most of their food on local markets. And so and increasingly the food that they're consuming is processed food. So we have recently added a large-scale food fortification component to our portfolio, and that is really focused on getting millions of people access to more nutritious, to essential vitamins and minerals through processed food. It builds on an initiative in West Africa that we had working with local processors and national governments to fortify cooking oil, wheat flour, and salt. In addition to the food fortification, our strategy has also evolved to invest more in food loss and waste, particularly on the post-production, post-harvest side. And we have done things like facilitate private sector partnerships in Nigeria to get cold storage hubs in local markets in Nigeria to allow sellers and buyers to keep that food safe, particularly fruits and vegetables. We're also focusing on, in that regard, food processing to create offtake and jobs, especially for women and youth. And we believe that reducing food loss and waste and really focusing on capturing the nutrition of those through food processing is really a triple win. It helps us expand availability of nutritious foods. It helps us increase incomes by boosting the markets for farmers who grow those foods, and it helps and create jobs for women and youth who are in the processing center. And it has a third element, which is reducing methane emissions by reducing the amount of food that spoils, the amount of food that's lost. The last thing I would just mention is the area of nutrition financing, which is a new dimension to how we're trying to kind of boost access to affordable foods on local markets. Yesterday, we had the pleasure of announcing a $6 million commitment to a nutrition financing facility in partnership with Gain and Incofin, the investment manager, as well as the Swiss who are investing in this initiative with us. This is really a cutting-edge approach that has not been tried before, where we're blending public and private monies to support small and medium enterprises that are specifically focused on getting nutritious foods onto local markets. We're going to, that fund is going to work to get at least 30% of those loans into the hands of women, and we'll also have climate dimensions to it. We really hope that this will be a proof of concept that will get others to join us in nutrition financing, as well as maybe create new investment funds in the future that are focused on this. And the last thing I just wanted to mention, that as a global initiative, Feed the Future is adopting a new global metric to really kind of push the envelope on nutrition. And that metric is going to be around improving women's dietary diversity. We want to hold all of our missions, the 40 countries we work in around the world, really accountable to this issue of women's dietary diversity, so that our programming is increasingly oriented towards improving nutrition. So together, we hope that those elements will get us a little closer to this, to contributing significantly to affordable, safe, and nutritious diets for all.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dina. Again, you remind us of some very, very important parameters of nutritious food access. Of course, your strategy has that as a core, and the food fortification aspect, the issue of reduction of food loss and waste, very, very critical in terms of saving the food resource, basically, for production. But you also raise a very important dimension, which is nutrition financing, right? And so all the discussion we've had about affordability of nutritious food. And so nutrition financing is certainly a very, very important aspect to bring into this discussion. Thank you so much for those remarks. Now I'm going to move on to Wilma, Ms. Wilma Van Es, the Head of Food Security and Nutrition Division, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Netherlands. And the question that I have for you today is, what strategies and actions, and I know the Netherlands is also very, very active within the food space and within the climate space, within the nutrition space, what strategies and actions is the Netherlands currently implementing to support African nations in their endeavors to transform their food systems with a specific focus on nutritional benefits? Thanks, Ms. Wilma.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak in this panel, especially after all these inspirational contributions of the other speakers. Let me start with a figure showing the urgency of the topic. I recently read that worldwide more than 3 billion people could not afford a healthy diet in 2020. And as also mentioned before, it's especially the women and the girls who are disproportionately affected by all forms of malnutrition. While they're having their unique roles and their knowledge, perspectives that can contribute to solutions. And as part of our feminist foreign policy, we support governments and other actors to secure the gender inclusiveness and to promote the women empowerment. So that's also what we'll do, working on the key components of food systems, such as sustainable land use, increased production, agri-food, value chains, income generation, and consumption of healthy diets. In food system transformation, we subscribe to the need to apply a more holistic approach. I think it was also mentioned before. It's the balance between the production side and the consumption side, and it's the ecological sustainability, also mentioned before. It's a very difficult balance. In the Netherlands, we're also struggling with this balance. It's the balance of the interest of the producers and the consumers. And we also feel that the transfer of food systems is very country-specific. It can only be based on country leadership and the national pathways. So, and as third point, maybe I'd like to mention that this very complex interplay of all these factors which affect food security and nutrition, we will need to go beyond isolated interventions and really secure long-term commitments. And I think one of the examples for us is a strategy. From an example of our strategy is our support to a large-scale gender-sensitive nutrition program led by GAIN, and it provides market-based solutions to benefit 5 million base of the pyramid consumers in 6 different sub-Saharan countries. And it's a very complex interplay of all these factors which affect food security and nutrition, we will need to go beyond isolated interventions and really secure long-term commitments. And I think one of the examples for us is a strategy. From an example of our strategy is our support to a large-scale gender-sensitive nutrition program led by GAIN, and it provides market-based solutions to benefit 5 million base of the pyramid consumers in 6 different sub-Saharan countries. activities, they strive to simultaneously improve the supply of nutritious and affordable food, increase the demand, and facilitate an enabling environment. The main aim, of course, is to ensure that poor families not only have the access to food, but also consume the healthy diets. Another program I'd like to mention is a program led by CARE, and that really supports the implementation of existing national pathways, national action plans, or programs, and its interventions focus on the policy and accountability, the markets, mobilizing private sector, and supporting women as producers and consumers. But besides the programs, I think we value greatly the international collaboration. I think through networks like this, but also networks like Scaling Up Nutrition Movement, and also the working with and the importance of the research institutes at CGR. I would like to mention the upcoming Micronutrient Forum Global Conference in October in The Hague, in the Netherlands, which I think is a good example of a kind of multi-stakeholder network with a lot of attention for the powering women's nutrition. I hope to...
And if we work together, we can resolve these issues. And you did make reference to a conference. Is it in October?
In October, yes.
October, yeah.
So,
again, looking forward to it. I'm very, very excited to hear that there is such a convening. Thank you so much, Ms. Wilma. Now I'm going to move on to Dr. Shakuntala. Dr. Shakuntala is the Director of Nutrition, Health and Food Security Impact Area at the CGIAR and a World Food Prize laureate.
Thank you, and good morning to all. Food systems practices, innovations, and technologies must be nutrition sensitive and gender responsive so that they can deliver on improved food and nutrition security, as well as at the same time meet the nutritional needs of different population groups. For example, as you mentioned, women and children in the first 1,000 days of life, pregnant and lactating women, as well as adolescent girls. Promotion of inclusive food systems practices must take into consideration two important factors. They must be context-specific and culturally appropriate. And technologies and policies must be adopted and adapted in order that they meet these two factors. To achieve better adoption of gender and nutrition-sensitive food systems approaches, they must be complemented by appropriate enablers. And let me here name three appropriate enablers. Directed investments and fiscal instruments, such as women-centered insurance schemes, gender-sensitive tax rates and loans. 2, capacity building and training of women, for example, young women in different supply chains. And 3, democratization of knowledge, data, and information to include women. I'll give an example of an intervention to introduce pond polyculture in Luwingi, in northern province in Zambia, where some of these approaches were used. Women were trained to construct homestead ponds and produce and harvest several species of fish. They were also trained to process and sell their harvest, thereby increasing income, and were also trained in taking charge of household expenditure management. This included empowering women to use part of their income to purchase diverse, nutritious, and safe foods, directed especially to their children and themselves. At the community level, several women organized themselves into a cooperative, creating a system to support each other, build capacity, and also scale the pond polyculture technology to other women in neighboring villages. The cooperative also organized the collective purchase and dissemination of broodstock and seedlings so that there is benefit for all. Let me close by calling for better representation of women across different levels in decision-making platforms, in co-creating and also in evaluating innovations, and truly owning the solutions for holistic food systems transformation within their communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shankuntala. Again, very, very insightful. We're talking about food systems that would be and nutritional interventions that are context-specific and culture-appropriate. I think those are keywords that are critical to how we design nutritional programs, and of course your call for better representation of women across the nutritional supply chain, nutritional value chain, nutritional decision making, and so on. Thank you so much. Now I'm going to very quickly move on to Mrs. Hiwot. She's a nutrition coordinator, lead executive officer for the Ministry of Ethiopia. And the question is, what initiatives are you leading in your country in support of women's role in transforming food systems for stronger nutritional benefits? Ms. Hiwot.
Thank you, Chair. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning all. It's a great pleasure to be here in this forum and sharing my country's experience on how we are engaged in the food system transformation and how we are using the opportunity to best benefit nutrition, especially in support of this food system especially for women. So ensuring food and nutrition security is along the life cycle is a key pillar in our food and nutrition policy and the food system transformation roadmap. However, due to this, the global food price inflation, the climate change such as drought and conflict are affecting the food and nutrition security situation for our citizens and the entire food system. So to mitigate the impact of these challenges, the government of Ethiopia is implementing various strategies such as the food and nutrition policy and its operationalization strategy, which will serve for the coming 10 years, and the food system transformation roadmap and other various sector-specific strategies are to mention some examples. And the other one is the Sekota Declaration. This is the first of its kind government commitment to end stunting among under 2 age children in 2030, and it has 15 years roadmap and 3 distinct phases. The first phase is innovation phase. We demonstrated about 3% of annual average reduction of stunting and averted over 110,000 stunting cases. And the second one is the expansion phase, and we are implementing in 214 districts across the country. Through series of dialogues and consultative meetings, the government and all development partners identifying the major or key challenges for around food system and nutrition transformation, and came up with 22 game-changing solutions and 6 clusters. The clusters are mainly developed under the leadership of Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Agriculture, which majorly contribute to improve food production, not only production, access and utilization, and the other one is to protect risk risk of and households, families' resilience to shocks, more specifically on the first 1,000 days, which is majorly focused on women and adolescent girls. So to maximizing the benefits of this food system transformation and other initiatives, and to sustain the momentum of that the leadership has at this point, we do certain steps. Just want to mention one is we managed to reorganizing the existing governance structure, which is the Food System and the Nutrition Interministerial Steering Committee, to chair both food system and the nutrition as a single platform. The other one is a regulation. We draft regulation to chair this food and nutrition transformation by the Deputy PM. This is under review for the Council of Ministers for endorsement. The other one is the national flagship initiative like the Green Legacy. So significant number of plantations are underway. So significant proportion were fruit trees that will contribute for healthy diet. The other one is the banquet of baskets, which is mainly focused production, utilization, and access of foods. So there are many initiatives to mention for specifically for women. One is providing women with access to land, credit, and appropriate capacity building that help women to increase their agricultural productivity and income, which can improve the household food security and nutrition. The other one is promoting women participation in decision making so that women can be benefit both out of the change. The other one is increasing access to nutritious food, and the other is access to clean water and sanitation. The other I want to emphasize is enhancing women's leadership and advocacy skills, and the other one is designing a resilience program and working on a smallholder household resilient to shock, and in turn will it has to be complemented with strengthening social protection schemes such as the productive safety net and so on. I thank you, Chair.
Much. Thank you for reminding us about the Ethiopia's food systems roadmap that seems to have very robust measures around improvement of nutritional outcomes. Thank you very much. So please, let's give a round of applause to our panelists. And at this moment, I would like to request Her Excellency to come on stage for a photo with the panelists and the Honorable Minister Antiveren, and all the speakers also for the next session kindly come onto the stage. Her Excellency is going to leave immediately after, so we take a photo with her. Thank you. Yeah, okay. Thank you so much. Thank you for taking your seats. As I now usher in my co-moderator, Adesuma.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Another round of applause to the last panelists and those who have been leading the discussion all day. Thank you all so much. We will be moving on to the next session very quickly and very mindful also of time. And I would like to quickly call on to kick off this session the teams that will be speaking on the fireside chat for this morning on the implications of food systems and its challenges, as well as the opportunities to address them. So first, Professor Ruth K. Onyango, please join us on the podium. Can we put our hands together for her, please? Then next, I'd like to call on Honorable Mrs. Josephine Joseph Lagu, Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security in South Sudan. Please put our hands together for Madam. I'd like to call on Dr. Lawrence Haddad, Executive Director, Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition. Welcome, sir. So we have our distinguished panel to lead us into the next session of discussions for this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, food security exists when all people at all times have physical and economic access to sufficient, safe and nutritious food that meets their dietary needs as well as their preference. Unfortunately, according to United Nations, over 800 million people are living in extreme poverty, 70% of them in rural communities and depending on agriculture. This morning's session has already begun to show us some of these challenges of the people who provide food. The 500 million people feeding the 2 billion people in our continent are the most impacted by poverty. The impact of climate change has also further aggravated these challenges for them. We've seen various challenges from loss of rural livelihood, loss of marine and coastal ecosystems and livelihood, and loss of territorial and inland water systems and livelihoods as well. So in the context of all of these challenges, I would like our panelists, one after the other, to reflect on the impact of all of these challenges on the food systems development in Africa and the areas where you identify potential opportunities to address this challenge based on the places where you work from. So I'd like to kick this off with Professor Ruth Onyango. Please go ahead.
I can't hear you very well. I don't know if it's my ears or the audio. But first of all, let me just thank the organizers, especially Agrf and Dr. Kalibata for bringing us this far. It's not easy, but we need to congratulate her and the Agrf Secretariat for this great event. I've been in this field for a long time, and I'm not going to repeat what others have said, and they have said great things, starting with the First Lady, how we can capitalize on Africa's resources, Africa's foods, and where I stand with regard to African foods is that African foods are our foods, they are nutritious, and they are climate resilient. They have always been. So one statement I say is that as Africans, we eat badly because we eat other people's food. And the corona has shown us
that we survived that corona because many of us went back to our foods. And we need to get back to those foods. And we are the only continent which eats other people's food. But we don't get enough research, funding, to work on those foods. And the First Lady pointed that out. And I believe that that's something that our partners can begin to think about. The other thing I would like to say is that our own foods also are climate resilient. When I looked up what Africans we used to eat grass, vegetables, insects, which give us protein, roots, yeah? And we need to go back to those foods. Firstly, it will let us reclaim ourselves because any culture without a particular type of food really is not worth talking about. And we can in fact share this. And all these medicines that we keep swallowing, they come from those foods that we have here naturally. Secondly, for this year, I remember last year in Rwanda, I said if they didn't prioritize nutrition, I will not attend this meeting. I'm happy that we are prioritizing nutrition. I've spent all my life working on food issues. Food is not just fulfilling our satiety needs, but it has to be culturally acceptable, it has to be tasty, it has to be safe, it has to be nutritious. And I know, I've been to many of these villages, I've been to many of these countries, I talk to many people, I just talk food. And I know many, many times, we only show what we eat, but what we eat is different when you go to the villages. These days, we don't do food consumption surveys. We don't. Yesterday, I stopped by to take a cassava, and they asked me, what type do you want? How is it cooked? What should it come with? A cassava. This morning, we passed by. Big pots are just cooking cassava. I don't know whether we're eating cassava here while we're here this week with the different vegetables. Yeah. And I normally say, look, if you cannot feed yourself, you cannot be free. So I see an Africa now. And I see many young people here now. You may wonder why I'm still coming here. I'll be 77 on Saturday. Why am I still coming here? I'm coming here because I know we can feed ourselves. We can restore our integrity as a people. Too many projects in Africa, too many cooks, but the soup doesn't come out well. So I want to appeal to the donors. Donors, you are here. Partners, you are here. And I remember in an earlier Agrf, the very first one, I said this 3-year thing, 3-year, 5-year, a project ends. When you go back, there's nothing to show. If you really want to work as partners, identify grassroots organizations. Identify Africans working on African issues. Don't consider yourself donors, because without the people working, you can't have anyone to donate your money to. Let's be partners. Let's support the First Lady, what she's doing. Support Ruth, what Ruth is doing. Support all these young people that are here. They are doing great things. And we also want our dignity and to be able to be counted with the rest of the world. And my age gives me an opportunity to say what I'm saying, and I've seen a lot of it. So, Madam Chair, Madam Coordinator, if you cannot feed yourself, you will not be free. And I see an Africa, not of the bushes, we are now educated. We go to those top schools. We are good. And those of you who don't have the melanin here, you are on this continent for the first time. You step in Africa and Africa never leaves you. So you are here because you want to be here. You want to work with us. So let's work together. Donors, supporters, CGR, Lawrence, Haddad. You have been my good friend for a long time.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
So yeah, that's my appeal. And look, let me say the last thing, okay? I just finished chairing the Sasakawa Africa Association for the last 13 years. I went there because of nutrition and children, but it's only now with the current strategy that we have nutrition in it. We have nutrition in it. I've just handed that over, passing on the baton. And then here, nutrition has been prioritized, isn't it? Because we can't just eat anything, everything. And when I go to the women, I work with them, food is not just food. I talk about how they look. You know, I talk to their husbands. You know, those husbands, they need their women to look good. Food, good nutrition makes you look good. Okay?
Thank you very much,
Thank
Dr.
you. I'll leave it there. Sorry, I talk too much. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
There.
And you have definitely kicked off this session with a lot of excitement, and you've also touched on a lot of critical and important points. The issues of climate change can also be addressed by local best practices, as well as the use of our local food to strengthen our food systems and to address issues of nutrition. But of course, there are other challenges. The integration of knowledge, skills, support of women and their integration. So I would like to invite our next discussant on this fireside chat, Honorable Josephine Joseph Langa, Minister, Agriculture and Food Security in South Sudan, to lend her voice to this discourse and particularly talk about integration of women and households in addressing these challenges.
Thank you so much. I would just like to make a small correction. I'm Lily Akol. I'm the Deputy Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, and I'm here on behalf of my minister, who is also sending her regards, but due to conflicting schedules, she couldn't come. So thank you so much for the opportunity, and I think you are making my job very difficult after this great presentation. I think challenges and opportunities work together, hand in hand, because where there are challenges, there are also opportunities. We can create opportunities out of that. And if we look at the challenges of food security systems and having nutritious diets, especially in the context of Africa, I do agree with the professor, because food is cultural. Diet is cultural, meaning that I will always eat what I found my grandmother was eating, what I found my mother was eating. It is what that environment provided for us. And so the opportunity in that is that, especially at the policy level, is how do we diversify the food intake in a certain community, meaning that you are talking about feeder roads, for example, about markets, about value chain. That's why I say the whole thing needs a holistic approach. For example, if I take myself as an example, I come from cattle keepers, so we will eat more meat and more dairy. My uncles, the Luos, you see their intake is more either fish or greens. So how can we do that? I think it is very important at the policy level. And for us in South Sudan, we created, or we are about to reintroduce what we call Food Security Council, South Sudan Food Security Council. Because the Food Security Council will enable us to have that holistic approach, because it brings in all the important components, all the important institutions that are very vital, because I think this is part of what food systems is about. It's not only food production, it's all the other factors from the time the food is produced until when the food is on the table or when the food is taken to the market. And so in introducing the Food Security Council, we hope we will bring all the concerned institutions, the development partners, the researchers to come together so that we are on the same page. Also, I think research and education is very important because it is a fact that we are talking a lot about climate change. Now I'm coming from Juba, and for the first time we noticed that there's no rain this year. And when we talk about farming in Africa, it's mostly subsistence farming, and we do follow the natural calendar of the rain. So what does it mean now? It means that farmers are confused. So we need a lot of research to help them. When do I farm? Do I follow the traditional historic calendar of the rain, or are scientists telling me the rains are coming 1 month early or 2 months late? And I think this is very important to address the issues of climate change that are affecting our farmers, especially in the rural areas. So I think technology and smart agriculture, this era of climate change, I think is very, very important. And lastly, I would say also integrated farming, where, and again, when we talk about food pyramid, this is what comes into your mind, because you are talking crops, you are talking vegetables, you are talking dairy, you are talking seafood. To have that full, complete pyramid, we also need to introduce integrated farming into among our farmers. I think, as she said, there's a lot always to say, but I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that contribution. A round of applause for the speaker. And you've highlighted the importance of technology, smart agriculture, taking into consideration the impact of climate change to support farmers to improve productivity, and then integrated solutions that involve partnerships. And it will take everyone to lift this, not just the working that is taking place in isolation. And so with that, I would invite the next panelist to give his remarks. Dr. Lawrence Haddad, Executive Director of Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition. And we are talking about partnerships. What can our partners do, and how can they take into consideration what the continent already has, its potential, and the work that exists, and the wealth of knowledge that exists, and leverage that to support the continent to achieve its goals on nutrition?
Thank you. Can you hear me okay? Yeah? Thank you, moderator, and thank you for two great interjections. I wanted to just remind us why we're even talking about nutrition, actually. First of all, because food and nutrition outcomes is not just a nice outcome of a food system transformation. It's a driver of food system transformation. We say nutrition is not just a marker of sustainable development, but it's a maker of sustainable development. We heard yesterday about some of the ministers talking about the demographic dividend. This is the idea that in 30 years' time in Africa, the proportion of the population that will be of working age will be maximum. So that's potentially a fantastic dividend for economic growth. But if you don't invest in the kids today, those 25-year-olds in 25 years' time will be less productive in the labor market, they'll earn less income, they will be a bigger burden on the health system, and so on and so on. So I want economic policymakers to be focused on child growth just as much as they are on economic growth. As a stunted child will lead to a stunted economy. So Ruth, my call for next AGRF is you got us to nutrition. And I want more ministers and deputy ministers of agriculture to be talking about this issue and what they're going to do about it. And they are surprisingly knowledgeable. The ones I've talked to a couple at the Stocktake in Rome, they're surprisingly knowledgeable. And I think it would be really fantastic to get 4 or 5 ministers or deputy ministers of agriculture up here on the stage talking about what are they going to do, what can they do. And let me get to, they can do a lot, right? Agriculture, and in fact everyone in the food system, that's the beauty of the food system. It allows you multiple windows to improve nutrition, and when those multiple windows are lined up, it's really powerful. So in production, we can diversify the production of the types of crops we grow, right? It's for whichever country you're in, it's very monocropping, very monoculture. We can do a lot more on processing. We can fortify our food. I think Dina mentioned this. We can also do a lot more on fermentation, for example, to break down phytates that inhibit micronutrient access. On food loss and food waste, we can do a lot more. Food loss and food waste we tend to think of that as a quantity of food that is lost. We tend to think of it as something that's lost from a bottom line of a company or a farm. But it's also a nutrient loss. It's also an emission loss that is a zombie nutrition loss. We can do a lot on supporting SMEs that are producing nutritious food. We can do a lot on the demand side. We haven't really talked much about the demand side yet. We know nutritious food has to be available and affordable, but it has to be desirable. It has to be delicious because it's competing against junk food that is cheap and tasty and will last forever. It will survive a nuclear war, this stuff, right? So we have to make out this nutritious food delicious. And finally, governments have very powerful levers to pull. Governments are the biggest buyers of food in most countries. If they only put nutrition higher up the agenda of their procurement policies, that would set a tone for the entire private sector in their countries. So let me give you a very quick example. Have I got 2 more minutes? I don't? I'm going to 2 more, please. We have a very interesting Vegetable for All program in Kenya that is funded by the government of the Netherlands. It's aiming to reach 5 million Kenyans. The goal is to increase the consumption of green leafy vegetables. Green leafy vegetables are highly nutritious, highly good for the environment. They're very affordable, but they're considered to be either animal foods by many in Kenya, or the people who want to consume them are worried about food safety issues. So we have a demand-side intervention, a supply-side intervention, an enabling environment intervention, all three working together to transform that situation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please, let's put our hands together for our panelists. You have set the tone for this discussion with a lot of passion. Thank you so much, and we appreciate all of your contributions. And at this time, we're going to move on quickly to our next presentation, and we're going to be inviting up to the stage Dr. Namakulo Kovic from ILRI. He's a Director General and Representative, as well as the CIGAR East and Southern Africa Regional Director. Please, let's put our hands together for him as he comes up to make a presentation. Or as she comes up to make a presentation, madam. My apologies.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you also to all the audience that are here with us. I will be talking about, I was told to make a keynote address, and I've decided to use the topic of the session as my topic to speak on, and that's transforming African food systems for stronger nutritional benefits. What's the state of nutrition and sustainable diets? And as I make my presentation, I will try to relate to some of what we have already said. I don't have a pointer. Okay, thank you. I will just ask for the next slide. Now, you've already heard that we have a problem on the African continent in terms of outcomes for nutrition. We do have high levels of childhood stunting, and you can see the changes that have taken place. It has reduced a little bit, but not so much. We also are experiencing more and more overweight, and you can see the 5 to 19-year-olds. Now also we are seeing an increase there. And then for the adult women, you can see how high we are going. So essentially what we are seeing is multiple burdens of nutrition, of malnutrition on the continent. And this is accompanied by a high prevalence of micronutrient deficiencies still, as well as other diet-related diseases that are creeping up, such as diabetes, high blood pressure, and others. This is what our current food systems are delivering to us. Next slide. Now, here what I want to reflect is the challenges that you are facing. You can see flooding on the left, and you can see droughts on the right. These are the conditions we expect to deliver the food that we see in the middle there, and to do even better than that and see more leafy vegetables and what have you. You see there, I've put Malawi, California, Mozambique, and other places. I do know that California is not in Africa. What I want to reflect here is the fact that the climate challenges that we are seeing are global. It's not just Africa. But the impacts of this climate change, we are feeling even more than other parts of the world. And so we really need to look at where we are now in our development place in Africa, use it as an opportunity to use our agricultural development to put us on a trajectory to positive development that can even work with addressing climate issues. Next slide. The slide is not coming. I think you've clicked too many slides. Can you go back one, please? Yes. This is a slide that I call my cheat slide because I actually collected 2 tweets from Save the Children last year. On the left, they are lamenting about livestock dying in the Horn of Africa and how that will lead to problems of malnutrition. On the right, same thing again, but here what we see is a gentleman who's lamenting, now that my livestock are died, what am I going to feed my children? And this really is to bring context that there are part of our African continent where they depend so much on livestock for their livelihoods and foods, and we need to figure out how are we going to help. We were told earlier on that our production system depends on rain-fed agriculture. It's not just for crops, it's for livestock as well. As we seek to transform our food systems, we must then think in terms of how do we deliver better on nutrition, health, and the economic objectives of different people. Next slide. Next. Now here I want to bring in a perspective of One Health. As part of our food systems transformation, we need to think more broadly about One Health. Human health is important, animal health is important, but what we do with our environment will affect both. So the pollution will contribute to poor health, poor soil will contribute to poor health, because if we have poor soils, we cannot grow crops effectively, and in return we will have undernutrition, micronutrient deficiencies. Again, that is a problem. What we do in our production processes can also add other problems. We need to look at becoming more better at precision use of inputs, such as pesticides if we use those, or preferably gradually move away from using less of those, because these add to actually residues in our food systems. And then, of course, deforestation that is associated with agriculture also contributes to environmental degradation. So here you can see that agriculture as a system can contribute both positively and negative to our health approach. And it is important for us to take this approach. Next slide. I'm almost done, ma'am. Here I just want to quickly refer to a blind spot that we have. Most of our nutritious foods, nutrient-dense foods, and our foods more broadly are coming from the informal sector. When we think about food safety, we tend to think about Codex Alimentarius and big companies. We need to think about how we are going to address food safety in terms of the informal market. And there are efforts that are taking place with the African Union at the moment to develop guidelines to improve food safety in the informal sector. Next slide. This is my last slide. I just want to finish off on a positive note. We have only 9 countries that have food-based dietary guidelines on the African continent. This is out of 54 countries. Why do I think that is positive? Because the rest of the countries will be developing their food-based dietary guidelines in the current context of heightened attention to food systems transformation. So these become opportunities for us to allow food-based dietary guidelines to guide the path of transformation. And this is complemented by the fact that multiple of our African countries have developed food systems transformation pathways as part of the UN Food Systems Summit. And to complement that further, the African Union has looked at the different pathways and developed an Africa Common Position on food systems transformation. So we take that as an opportunity for the continent because these are multiple issues that are coming together at the same time with a common vision under Agenda 2063 that is complemented by the Comprehensive Africa Agriculture Development Program that all these countries are using as a framework for their food systems transformation pathways. This is an opportunity that we can leverage for food systems transformation in Africa to deliver better nutrition. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Another round of applause for the last speaker. Thank you, Madam. That was excellently put together. And thank you very much for the visual presentation that added a lot of context. Very quickly, we are going to our last fire chat. And I'm going to be calling up the panelists for this session on the stage. Let's put our hands together for Dr. Robert Burton, Chief Scientist, Bureau of Resilience and Food Security, USAID. Please come on the stage. Dr. Roy Sterner, Senior Vice President, Rockefeller. Please come to the stage. Thank you. Dr. Roy Sterner, Senior Vice President, Rockefeller. We have Liz Oguto, Policy and Advisory Officer, Regional Coordinator for Africa, Harvest Plus. Please come on stage. Madam, my apologies. Liz Oguto. Oh, there she is. And then we have Christina Campo, Global Advisory Director, Food Systems Care International. Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam. So thank you all very much. It's been an exciting day, and I feel that all the other panelists have put a lot of pressure on you, and we have 10 minutes. So we are going to freestyle this. Every one of you has been part of the room the whole day, and I'm sure that you are burning with certain things you really want to talk about, and that's what I want to give you 3 minutes to talk about. What are your perspective that you believe is critical to this conversation? So let us start immediately with Dr. Robert. Kick it off for us, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, I'm going to start with the sustainability issue. In the last decade, 3/4 of the increase of food in Africa came from land extension, cutting down woodlands, going up hillsides, draining wetlands. So this is not sustainable, and it's not poverty reducing, and it's not nutrition improving. And so, as our Norwegian minister colleague pointed out earlier today, we know 3 billion people cannot afford a nutritious diet, and a great large number of those are in Africa. So how do we turn this tide, bringing together nutrition and sustainability in an era of climate change? So we need to collaborate. I'm saying we, USAID, want to collaborate with African partners to help drive knowledge-intensive green growth, increasing productivity and incomes while making food more affordable. The good news here is that one of the main, or many of the main ways to achieve this through increasing productivity is through increasing productivity of nutritious, micronutrient-dense, more valuable foods. So think vegetables, think fruits, legumes, beans, cowpea, pigeon pea, and others, including biofortified legumes, and animal source foods, poultry, eggs, fish, and other aquatic foods, dairy, and meat. So all of this is also about diversification, which is a key driver of resilience, as my colleague Dina Esposito also mentioned earlier. So these are higher value foods. They are higher knowledge intense food value chains, but they're also of great interest to the private sector. And we are seeing investment come in there. Tom Reardon from Michigan State University talks about the hidden middle, this really vibrant small and medium enterprise ecosystem that is linking African farmers with African consumers, both rural but also very importantly urban. And we know that even in rural areas now, most food is purchased, even things like legumes and such. So the information piece, as I said, is huge. Market, weather, pests and diseases, new innovations available, food safety, all of these are knowledge intense, but we have new tools that allow farmers to access that information, allow cooperatives and communities and women's groups. And I also should point out, Chair, that these commodities I talked about, these nutritious foods, are often very much involving women, both in production and all across the value chain. So we want to see investment go on and off farm through this vibrant connection through the private sector. Gender roles are critical, and the idea at the goal here is to provide affordable, safe, nutritious diets for all Africans. Last word, we can't forget staples. Diversification in part depends on staple yields being high. During COVID, we saw the damage that comes when staple prices increase and people can't afford fruits, vegetables, and other foods. Thank you, Chair.
Wonderful. So I want you to jump in right there, Roy, because I know we talked about local foods, and there was a lot of passion on local foods, right? So Dr. Roy Turner from Rockefeller, I would like you to give your pitch for 3 minutes on what your organization is doing around those issues.
Great, thank you. Well, actually, Ruth said all the truth we need, so thank you, Ruth. You know, a lot of what needs to transform is already around us, and one of the things that I think the intervention that we are most excited by, that builds upon a lot of the themes we've talked about at the Rockefeller Foundation, is actually school meals. Only 20% of African children benefit from this, and there are so many benefits. We know that it improves nutrition and attendance, especially of girls, and we can use that to actually drive, to create a public safety net that currently is the best we have in the world. It's the largest and most successful way of creating a safety net. And we know the next 10, 20 years are going to be the most challenging probably humanity has ever faced. We're going to be hitting shock after shock, and we need to build those safety nets so that our children can be taken care of. We also know that school meals can be a way of driving food system transformation to the healthy foods that Ruth was talking about, to local foods, to local economies. And we've seen it all over the world having this profound impact. So we know that works. And we know it can be climate friendly by incorporating fortified whole grains, things that really save food, legumes that are good for the environment, local vegetables that are indigenous and really are highly nutrient dense. So I think I'll end. I know we're short on time. We need to make this school meals bigger. Let's get hundreds of millions of more children on that. We need to make it more sustainable, build the fiscal space so that governments can afford it, and we need to make it better in terms of the quality of the food. And I think there's some really interesting efforts in that space. So we think that's a big bet. Obviously, there's many other things that happen, but we hope we can work with all our partners to make that happen.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. I hope that everyone will follow that lead, very brief, but to the point. And I want to bring Liz, I want to bring you on the conversation now. I think Robert was talking about the ecosystem, the missing middle. Can you hear me? Oh my
It's
gosh.
very hard to hear, yeah.
Apologies. Can you hear me? Is this better? Better? Okay, great. So I was saying that I would like to bring you on board now, Liz. And Robert was talking about the importance of the missing middle and the entrepreneurs that are working to support the system. How has Harvest Plus contributed to addressing these issues?
Thank you. So Harvest Plus is a program of the International Food Policy and Research Institute of the CGIAR. We have been working across the CGIAR centers for the past 20 years to promote the production and consumption of nutrient-enriched staple crops, or what is known as biofortified crops. These crops are enriched with provitamin A maize, provitamin A, so we've got maize, cassava, sweet potatoes, iron-rich beans, and pearl millet. And 51.7 million Africans are benefiting from these crops on this continent as we speak, making them nutritionally resilient. We also work with the African Union to mainstream biofortification across the continent to make sure that consumers are able to eat staple crops that have the extra nutrients that will stop the, not really stop, but kind of limit micronutrient malnutrition. We work with partners in government, we work with the private sector to introduce, test, produce, and commercialize nutrient-enriched varieties of these crops. And the next CAADP biennial review for the first time will include data on biofortified crops. So, but our nutrition lens at Harvest Plus goes beyond biofortification. All the members of this panel belong to a platform that is a part of the Agrf Food Systems and Nutrition platform that has taken it upon ourselves, to include nutrition within Africa's food systems transformation to make us nutritionally resilient. We have the work done by USAID, we have the work done by Rockefeller, as he's explained, and our other USAID representative explained. This work is going to help us put systems that are complementary and synergistic and prioritize public health in our systems so that we can achieve our shared goals. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. And I want to call on Ms. Afsham Khan from the Assistant Secretary General, United Nations, to come in at this point and tell us what you're also doing with respect to this agenda for nutrition in Africa.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to be here and for Agrf for organizing this session. I think we've heard a lot from many of the other speakers, so I want to highlight just a couple of points. First of all, malnutrition is a root cause of many of the global challenges. In addition to the human cost, which I think was very clearly shared, it reduces poverty, it stifles economic growth, and it's also the cause of being responsible for some of the ballooning healthcare costs we're seeing in most countries. Estimates from 2016 suggest that malnutrition costs the global economy an estimated $3.5 trillion per year, or $500 per individual. So at the Sun Movement, a movement that's based on bringing together business, civil society, the UN actors, academia, and development partners with national governments in the lead, we're really committed to seeing how to see nutrition-focused approaches applied in food systems, health systems, social protection systems, education, and climate action. Every policy and budgetary decision needs to contain a nutrition perspective. And the reason behind that, I think, was very well illustrated in the keynote presentation with the data, but also very explicitly put by previous speakers before me. I would just perhaps raise 2 or 3 points. As the world grappled with the multiple crises that we heard about, conflict, climate, and the COVID pandemic, it's clear that we need to include nutrition in all our decision-making, and investing in more nutrition outcomes as a powerful catalyst for a range of development shocks. For every $1 invested in preventing malnutrition is to deliver $16 in net benefits. So food systems must not only produce and deliver affordable, healthy, nutritious diets, they must also be sustainable economically and ecologically. As Professor Fan stated in the opening session of the panel, Africa could learn from the mistakes made during the Green Revolution in Asia and focus on nutrition and environment as part of its agricultural growth strategy. So we see great examples of integrating nutrition actions in the 11 countries in which the focal points for the Sun Movement and the food systems national conveners operate together. There have been good examples demonstrated from Ethiopia in the previous panel, and as Tanzania has already proven with its national nutrition plan, both 1 and 2, there are very clear advantages from taking these plans from the national to the local level, and we've heard very clearly how financing is key. For me, the movement, the feedback mechanisms from youth, civil society, research, and academia to inform those plans, to shape those plans, and when we're doing monitoring, to have real lived experience on what works and doesn't work is going to be very important. So we're here as a movement to commit to support the agenda for action. Most of the Sun countries are in Africa, and we're committed to support the movement and the governments as it takes its work forward in making sure that nutrition is embedded across key sectors so that nutritional outcomes are not a side thought, but they're a principle of how we move forward, so we have not just a value chain, but values that focus on economic, social, and environmental food systems.
Thank you so much, Ms. Afsham Khan. I'm sorry, I'm struggling with pronouncing your name. But thank you so much for your work coordinating the Scale Up Nutrition movement and for your contributions so far. So finally to Christine Kampor, Global Advisory Director, Food Systems Care. Can you round this up for us today with your thoughts in 2 minutes? Thank you.
Pleasure. I like coming last because then you'll remember what I said. I'm going to focus on overweight and obesity, and I'm really happy that Namakolo, my dear friend, brought this up in her presentation because when we talk about overweight and underweight, thank you for telling me to get closer to my mic. When we talk about underweight and overweight, it's really the same coin, but 2 sides of that coin. So I'm going to focus on the overweight and obesity. 3.1 billion people cannot afford a healthy diet, and poor diets are the leading cause of death worldwide. Part of the reason is that our food systems, the place where consumers make their decision about food, is unjust. Healthy food is not accessible. We don't have safe, quality food. And it's not affordable to the people that we need. Africa is the continent with the youngest population worldwide, so the largest target audience for our food systems. As of 2022, around 40% of the population was age 15 or younger, compared to the global average of 25. So Africa is also facing this global problem, but also we have a growing problem of overweight children. In 2019, the continent was home to 24% of the world's overweight children, again, under age 5. Please allow me to quote the CARE Tanzania country director, Prudence Masako, when I say, we want Africa to be fed, but feed Africa the right way. This is a warning call. Ultimately, 3 things need to be considered to ensure that the decisions that we make about our food and ultimately our health are supported. Firstly, the industry's intensive marketing of ultra-processed food, especially targeted at young children, needs to stop. Ultra-processed foods are appealing because their shelf life is longer, so it makes sense for companies. However, many of these foods are high in salt, sugar, and unhealthy trans fats. These not only clog our veins, but they also stress our overly burdened healthcare systems. So companies need to be incentivized to develop and sell healthier products. Secondly, those of us living in urban environments find ourselves consuming energy-dense foods while living sedentary lifestyles and getting very little physical activity. Add that to poor diets, and we have obesity. We need to put in place policies in key sectors, including health, agriculture, urban planning, and the environment to support healthier lifestyles. Many of the causes of obesity are preventable and reversible if we put the right actions into place. Third and final, the return on investment is clear. Every $1 invested in nutrition reaps a $16 benefit across health and productivity. So we need to invest to reap the rewards. In closing, what is CARE doing about this? Because everybody in this room has a role to play. So over 75 years, CARE has been leading the way for a better life for the world's most vulnerable people. In 2022 alone, CARE partnered and worked in 111 countries, reaching more than 174 million people through 1,600 projects. We specifically focus on women and girls because they are disproportionately affected by poverty. If everybody was on that same pathway out of poverty at the same place, we wouldn't need to be focusing on women and girls who are further behind. That's not the case, but not yet. Specific to our CARE Tanzania team, because we're here in Tanzania this week, they're championing something called the Farmer Field and Business School approach. And what that does is it builds the skills that small-scale food producers need to increase their productivity, improve their resilience, adapt to climate change, and to be better able to feed themselves and their families with nutritious food in dignity.
Thank you.
Sounds too good to be true. We have a booth with 7 of our farmers here this week, so feel free to talk to them yourselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and thank you, panelists. This has been really insightful. Can we please put our hands together for the panelists? Thank you very, very much for your contribution. And right now, we are going to move right on to the closing remarks to be presented. So our panelists, can you please take your seats? Thank you very much. Can we put our hands together for the panelists as they take their seats? Thank you very much for your contribution. I'd like to invite to give the closing remark His Excellency Ambassador Gabriel, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, European Union and Cooperation, Spain, and Chairperson, Committee of World Food Security. Please join us on the stage for the closing remark. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Moderator, and thank you all the panelists for this very inspiring and insightful discussion. Colleagues, this is my takeaway of why focusing on nutrition outcomes, we can transform food systems. We have heard a wide array of solutions to overcome the challenge of the multiple forms of malnutrition, of those solutions that are capable of nourishing people while nurturing our planet. And all those solutions are based on bringing us all together, ministries of health, of the agriculture, of social protection, of planning, of the economy, of financing, with local authorities, as it was just said, with parliamentarians, as we were discussing yesterday, all the stakeholders together. We can't think on systems without being all around the table at all levels. I heard that solutions are strongly based, first on supporting small-scale production, and family farmers, SMEs, the missing middle for fostering local production and consumption of diversified, healthy food, including fisheries. We heard also that, secondly, social protection, safety nets that are nutrition sensitive are a big part of the solutions. And third, the most important, what I have heard and I have sensed is that all these solutions have a golden thread, which is the empowerment of women and girls. And today, finally, I would like to add also to this array of solutions from the global perspective of an intergovernmental committee such as the Committee of World Food Security of the United Nations, offering two intergovernmental agreements recently adopted by all governments with the participation of all the stakeholders at the Committee of World Food Security of the United Nations. These are the voluntary guidelines on food systems for nutrition 2 years ago, and to be adopted next month, the voluntary guidelines on gender equality and the empowerment of women and girls in the context of food security and nutrition that has been really recently agreed. So, colleagues, all these intergovernmental voluntary agreements are tools for you to empower your action, to empower your commitment, to make use of them, to come together and to be backed by this instrument in your work. Complex agendas such as nutrition and food systems need to be backed as much as possible on safe spaces where we can all talk to each other. I hope that these two global agreements can help you to do that on your daily basis for advancing the right to adequate full food and nutritious food for all. Thank you very much indeed.
So thank you, everyone. And with that, we bring this session to a close. We want to give another round of applause to all our session presenters from the first session in the morning and this session also in the late morning into the afternoon. Thank you all very much. And the event continues and this session comes to a close. Thank you.
Okay, so we are taking a 5 minutes break, and after the break, we are going to have Wire, the
morning. Please take a seat. I'm also going to ask you, if you're sitting towards the back, move forward, because if you move forward, you will see a microphone that you will be able to use to participate in the first part of our session. So if you're at the back, you don't have a microphone. If you move forward, you have a microphone on your desk. And if we're talking about women leadership in agripreneur and agriculture on the African continent, I have a lineup that you will want to talk to. So move forward. You'll see that line or several lines of seats. On those line of seats, you'll see those microphones. I'm sure if you've been in a conference hall before, you'll push that microphone, that little button that looks like a mouth talking, and then you'll be live. So I am intending for this session to be interactive and also to be wrapped, leaning in and not talking across anyone who is on the stage. I am very ambitious. I am aiming high. Please, if you are standing, please take a seat. If you are talking, tell me why you're talking, and your talking is more important than my talking. I'm happy to discuss this. But in the meantime, please come forward. Fantastic. Find the microphones, the seats with the microphones, because we are going to do this session together. Excellent. If you're at the top, come down to the bottom so we can do Q&A with you. I see brilliant minds up here and even down here so that we can talk to each other. All right, very good. Come forward. Excellent. Move forward so you've got those microphones on the desk. Let me tell you about the session you are sitting in on. We are about to embark on 90 minutes of celebration, celebrating women leadership on the African continent and women agripreneurs on the African continent as well. Our first section will be looking at Africa women leaders. Who are they? What are they doing? How are they making an impact? What do you want to ask them? This will be your session. It's like a live mentoring session. They will generously give you their help, their information, and their stories. So that is part of the Q&A, the chat show part of this conversation. Move forward so you can see those microphones. You push that microphone and you'll be part of the conversation. I would love to test the mics to see if they are working. Please put your hand up if you're in front of a microphone. Hello, thank you so much. Push the microphone, introduce yourself. Let's see if it's working. It's a little sign that looks like a mouth talking. Keep talking. Keep talking. Keep talking. Don't touch the microphone. Just push the red button. All right, yep, okay. Keep talking and then they will see.
Good morning. Good morning.
Very good.
Is it working? I hope so.
It is working. Kind of working. All right, do we also have 2 ushers in the room?
Hello?
Yes, yes, please test the microphone for me.
It's still working?
You push the button and then you move your hands off it. This is good practice for when we all go to the United Nations together.
Okay, I got it.
Hello, who are you, sir?
Thank you. Asante sana.
All right, that's working. All right, lean into the microphone, lean into this conversation. That is our test for the Q&A section. I'm also going to be testing a little bit later to see if you are awards ceremony ready, because you will also be participating in the Women Agripreneurs of the Year Awards, the Value for Her Women Agripreneurs of the Year Awards 2023. We'll be getting to that in just a moment. But first, let's talk about Africa Women Leaders in the African Women Leaders Forum. Panel, please will you come and join me on stage? Thank you so much. Hiksonia Niaslo Sulu, Sarah Mbago Bunu, please take a seat, ladies. Indidi Okowo Nwunle, Helen Oyango Oyere, please take a seat. Thank you.
Closer to me. Very good. Hixiona, you're on this stage because you have something to contribute and you are a leader. In 30 seconds, tell us your biography.
Thank you very much, Femi. On the stage, I guess, because I founded a women's investment company in South Africa known as Ayavuna. I sit on the board of Agra. I chair the Africa Enterprise Challenge Fund. You can't? So I'm a member of the Agra board, and I'm also a founder of Ayavuna Women's Investments. But I also chair the AECF, which is a subsidiary of Agra. But I also wear the hat that I sit on very many boards, but particularly in the context of this group, Olam Agri, which is one of the big trading companies.
Sarah, your 30-second biography.
Thank you, Femi. My name's Sarah Mbagobunu. I am actually the regional director for IFAD for East and Southern Africa, responsible for the 22 countries. And I preside over and provide oversight for a portfolio of 5.5 billion, largely for rural transformation, targeting women, trying to transform the lives of young and vulnerable people. Thank you.
Thank you. Ndidi, go ahead. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. Ndidi Muneli. I'm a social entrepreneur based in Lagos, Nigeria. I wear a number of hats as the founder of Leap Africa, which works on inspiring, empowering, and equipping the next generation of African leaders in 8 countries. The co-founder of ACE Foods, an agro-processing company, Sahel Consulting Agriculture and Nutrition, and most recently, African Food Change Makers, which is focused on helping young entrepreneurs across Africa scale, and we currently have members in 38 African countries. I'm a proud board member of Agra. I sit on the board of the Rockefeller Foundation, and my life's mission is to change the face of Africa from a hungry child to a successful female entrepreneur.
Helen.
Thank you. I'm Helen Onyango. Helen being a smallholder farmer, but the CEO of Helen Agspace, being a crop aggregator and a champion for women and young farmers. I wanted to do more because I realized that as a farmer in the society, we're seen as the people at the bottom of the line, and yet at the end of the day, we are the one who makes a lot of, we feed everyone. So why not be seen as important as we are actually? So me founding Helen Agspace was to fight for our rights, to get better pay, to be treated more respectfully in the society, and to actually give agriculture that fancy name of something I could actually go to school and do agriculture and make something out of it. Yeah, thank you.
So leaders, FAO did a survey, so the status of women in agri-food systems. And they found out about 36% of all women employed in the world are employed in agri-food systems, somewhere in that employment chain. 66% in sub-Saharan Africa. And then I always file this under the obvious. The better they do, the more equality that they have in the agri-food systems employment they have, the better their families do, the better their households do, the better they are. So, that was a FAO survey. What is our personal survey, our personal experience of where we are for women leadership in agriculture across this beautiful continent? Hey, Sonia, you start.
Thank you for that, Femi. I would say we've come very far, to the extent that if you look at the agenda of many of the sessions here, if you think of Agrf many years ago, the focus on women wasn't as strong as it is now. So we've come quite far. We have managed to surface quite a number of farming women, but we haven't gone far enough. Clearly, if you listen to some of the issues that the women farmers raise, it tells you we haven't gone far enough. We still have to do more.
Helen.
Thank you. I think I'm a smallholder farmer, I'm a woman, I'm here, so that's already one step further. But when you go back to what is happening on the ground, we are still struggling, because at the end of the day, I deal with smallholder farmers. We find that women are the ones who do the major work, but at the end of the day, it's the men who take credit. You're going to register a woman as a farmer, but at the end of the day, you're going to send the money to the man's number. Why do that? So yes, we are doing a lot, but still there's a lot that we need to do in order to be at par with the other.
Opportunity for women. But how can we equip and skill and finance women to harness those opportunities? I think this is the time to start discussing it. And you find that women are not accessing the financial services that are there. That's one challenge. We need to bridge that gap. We also find that women are not accessing the information they need about those market opportunities. That's the second challenge. And then we have women facing the land and old age issue of assets and control of assets, like land, which is so key, but we're not yet talking about it. So those are the issues that we need to table and take forward. But women leaders are there, and it's really, really positive. This is the time.
Ndidi, please, go ahead.
I think if AGRF and halls like this were reflective of the halls I sit in most of the time, we would have said we've made progress. But this is unusual, right? In most settings, especially at the highest levels, we're still very few women. And where we exist, and when I've been in debates, in seed councils or in boardrooms, people say, Iron Lady, Ndidi, you're not even a woman anymore, you're now a man, as a compliment, right? And so that's the challenge for us, is that we're not seeing women at the highest levels of engagement in ag policy, on boards, as bank managers and CEOs to direct financing to women. And then when you trickle down in logistics, we still say middle men. We don't have middle women in logistics. We don't have women owning trucking companies or owning silos or distribution warehouses. So we see women really stuck in primary production and at retail in open air markets. And that's where we dominate. And where we are starting to push for equity and closing this gender gap is saying across the value chain from farm to fork, especially where we have the highest margins, which is in processing and warehousing and logistics, we need more women to take ownership and to strive.
Thank you. I think Ndidi is absolutely right. But I think one thing we have to be very careful about is not to push the narrative that ends up being understood to mean every woman farmer is going to be an agro-processor someday, because not everybody will be an agro-processor. Some people are quite happy, even big commercial farmers, there are those who are just quite happy to produce. What we need to be saying is we need more women, as Ndidi said, in some of these things. Now, how do we get more women into these levels? First of all, we know that influence comes for some people by birthright, because they're the daughter of a farmer, so they grew up in the environment, and so they understand it, they understand the channels and the value chain. For some, it comes from political influence that they have, their father's a politician or business person. For many others, it is experience, expertise, and their level of education that has put them there. But for a long time, I would not even join women associations. It took me a long time to wrap my head around that. And my argument was always, I didn't study marketing for women. I didn't study agriculture for women. I studied agriculture. So I want to be in the mainstream of where the men in agriculture are sitting. I don't want to sit in a women's agriculture group. And we need to push more people to identify the trade associations, which is where all the business deals are being done, and get women into those. And if it takes legislation to do that, so be it.
I'm looking at Helen's face. I know Helen's face has thoughts inside her mind. Helen, push the microphone, unleash those thoughts.
No, I'm agreeing with her, but what I want to say is if us as women, we want more, we need to fight for more. We can't sit...
And Didi, turn your microphone off for a moment. Thank you.
We can't sit at a position and relax and say, like, this is not our place. We need to fight for that place. So at whichever stage the lady is comfortable in, within the folk to market here, you just sit there and let it make it work for you. You can't just sit back and say, I am a woman, this is not meant for me. No, fight for your space and we will be there.
I also think we need to support women as they rise and ensure that we change the narrative from saying there's a small pie, we're fighting for it, to saying we can rise together, men and women, in the food ecosystem. And I make this point because through our work at Sahel Consulting and ACE Foods, we've seen that as women become more economically empowered and actually start creating wealth, it constitutes a threat to their ecosystem, especially in their family dynamics. And we've seen direct backlash with increased rates of home violence in the home, abuse, etc. And so if we don't carry our male folks along and say, let's rise together, let's create wealth together, and as we create wealth, everybody benefits, then we miss out. So I think that's an important nuance. I'm all about women creating wealth. I also believe in infiltrating existing systems, but then ensuring that we change those narratives, especially in our continent, because we're starting from such a low base and there's money for everybody at the table.
Couldn't agree more. I think you wanted more of a debate than just going down the line. And this morning we were at a forum, and I know nobody wants to talk about legislation. And I tell the story that for many years, I would be the single woman in a boardroom in listed entities until government started legislating quotas for women. The Hampton-Alexander study in the United Kingdom started saying 30% of women on board, and suddenly people were finding women that they said they couldn't find. We need to do exactly the same thing in changing agriculture systems. Governments need to start legislating too.
Where did they find the women? Where were they hiding? Hey, Sonia, you go first, and then so Sarah, you pick up.
No, I think that's a really important point. We have the family code that's there in legislation. And the family code has really been defined.
Kulingana na mila mingi ambayo iliweza kukutana kitambo sana kwenye hizo nchi. Kitambo lazima waweze kuangalia, aona kama mpaka sasa hivi nakubali, kama unaweza kuwanyima jinsi ambavyo, kwa nini unaweza kuwanyima mwanamke aweze kwenda sokoni ama pia kwa mali, pia kwenye mwanamke kwenye familia, ya kwamba inasababisha, inasema kwamba wanawake, hiyo structure inafaa iweze kurudiwa. Ni kweli kuna waziri mingi ambayo wanaweza angalia hiyo waweze kuizungumzia. Ni wakati ambao hatutaweza kuiangalia ukulima na chakula, tuweze kuona kwamba kama ni kitu iko kando, inafaa kwamba tuweze kuzungumkia na iweze kuangalia jinsi tunaweza iangalia. Kabla sijaweza kupatiana, tufanye kwamba tuweze kuangalia kwamba positive, mtu ambaye ni kitu ambaye si mimi peke yangu, kama si wale wanaume ambao tusaidia, kama mimi baba yangu aliweza kunisaidia niweza kufika hapa. So unafaa kwamba
I want to hit on a couple of topics to really kind of draw out your expertise. Helen, when we said, what was the most important thing that you wanted to
kwamba Helen, nilikuwa nataka kwamba kama kuna kitu ambayo ungependa kuweza kutueleza wale wakulima, unaweza tueleza ya kwamba kama hiyo ni kitu ambayo ungependa kutuzungumza, unaweza kutueleza. Asante. Kabla hatujaenda kufika pale, tunafaa kwanza kwa nini kuna tatizo kwenye uweze kukua mkulima ule mdogo. Ni tatizo ya kwamba inaweza sababisha, kama nikiweza kutumia Kenya shilling, kama mimi Helen, unaweza mpatia 100, ataweza kutumia 200 naweza kulipa hiyo pesa nadaiwa, hiyo deni. Na kuna mtu mwingine unaweza mpatia milioni, naweza kulipa pesa kidogo kwa muda mfupi. Ukiniona mimi, unaona kwamba huwezi nipatia jinsi ambavyo usiniangalia kwamba unaangalia watu wengine, lakini mimi siwezi kupata. Tunaweza angalia jinsi ambavyo tunaweza tatua hiyo.
To make them more appealing to lenders. One of them is providing a market for us. When I have a stable market, a fair market, and it's steady. It is encouraging everyone who wants to lend, because at the end of the day, you're giving me money, knowing very well at the other end, you're going to get your money. We are providing the market, and by us providing the market, we are actually lending our farmers of certain goods that we take from them money. So we lend to them because we are so sure of the market. At the end of the day, when I'm getting from the farmer, I'll take what I have lended. Another thing is for lenders to use us, LNAG Space is an aggregator. So the lender can use my data. That one is going to simplify his work in order for him to categorize your risk, high risk, low risk, and all those, because I deal with these farmers on a day-to-day basis. So the lender, the microfinance can actually come to me and ask me, so-and-so wants this amount of money. What do you think? So already, that one, you've already lowered the risk for the lender. Another thing will be insurance. Insurance is a very, very critical thing. And when I talk about insurance, I'm not just talking about, okay, I have crop insurance, but first, the insurance should be easy for the farmer to attain. 2, the terms should be fair. You find most of the time you take insurance for something like maybe drought or floods, and you're so sure that if it doesn't rain, if it rains too much, I'll be covered. At the end of the day, when it comes to compensation, it's like you're taking around in circles, and sometimes you're not even paid whatever you had to be paid. So if a lender cannot find that you have insurance who's going to give you money and knowing very well that something may happen and the money will not come back. And another thing will be government. The government need to do a lot more. It needs to take a pivotal role in this, because if the government already is willing to take a chance on me, it is actually encouraging other microfinance, other lenders to take in. They can actually even partner, so the risk is shared half and half. Another thing will be, okay, we use technology, but I think we need to bring it down to the woman at the village, to Helen at the village. Like, I need to know, I need to get this technology on my phone and telling me that, okay, you've given me money, but why not give me more information on how I can improve my yields and work on other things to maximize on me not defaulting at the end of the day. Because we need to give smallholder farmers money, but at the end of the day, we shouldn't burden them with repayment. But when we have such things, it actually isn't the load on everyone, on me and on the lender too. Thank you.
I want to remind you that this is going to be a two-way conversation. It's going to be an interactive conversation. As you are listening to our women leaders in agriculture, what do you want to ask them? What do you want to go back and drill down into? I am going to be opening up the conversation. It goes this way, in about 10 minutes. So stand by, have your questions ready. And also, ushers on the side of the room, please make sure you've got the microphones ready as well. Ndidi, I'm thinking about how you can practically help and support women do better. What are you doing?
Thank you so much. So in 2019, actually at an AGRF, a pioneering research paper was presented on what they call the hidden middle, SMEs, small and medium-sized enterprises, in Africa who are actually driving the growth, innovation, and creating jobs. Now, we often forget them, right? But they're the chefs, the cooks, the logistics providers, the insurance providers. They're also the seed companies and the fertilizer companies. And oftentimes we forget these groups. So after 2019, I actually started a new organization called African Food Change Makers. And our vision is 1 million food and ag entrepreneurs across Africa scaling and creating this $3 trillion industry. So African Food Change Makers is nonprofit. And on our website, you can find data and funding and networks and support and events. But we realized that wasn't enough because a lot of our SMEs are too busy to come on the website to get this information. We send it to them every week. But what we decided to do was actually create 3 streams of intensive engagement. One called Brace, helping our agri-businesses green their companies so that they can withstand the shocks linked to climate change. Another one called the Scaling Export Program, helping our entrepreneurs trade with each other, trade across Africa, but also export their products onto global shelves. And the final one, my favorite, called Leading Women in Food Fellowship. And I created this fellowship, not just because I don't think we have enough fellowships, but I felt it was important for a diverse group of women to get to know each other. Women in finance, getting to know women in ag, to getting to know farmers, women in media who write about food, chefs. Usually they're not on the same platform, so we call them disruptors, ecosystem enablers, top chefs in Africa, and we brought 22 of them to AGRF this year because I wanted them to meet all of these dynamic people. Many of them had never heard of AGRF, and we think we know, but also to get their voices amplified. And in partnership with AGRA, some of them have been speaking on panels, they've been meeting and being inspired. But what we want to do is to help more African women get on global platforms because we need the world to see these amazing women. We need to open the door for our sisters. We need to create a community of sisters helping each other so we don't feel so isolated and burnt out. But we also need to tell positive stories of women who are doing it. And so that's what I've been doing through African Food Change Makers. In addition to that, through ACE Foods, we're empowering women to be distributors of our food products. We're training our women, entry-level staff who don't speak English to learn to read and write. But we're also empowering women to rise through the ranks, the same with Sahel Consulting. So for every organization I sit on and every board I sit on, I make sure that I create safe spaces for women, but also empower women to rise through the ranks.
I just wanted to support a point that Helen made around finance for farmers. I think we need to start thinking laterally as well, away from commercial banks only. They're very important, but I know that Olam, for instance, sources from more than 500,000 small-scale farmers, not just us. Wilma does the same, Bungi do the same, and what they become for the people who produce for them, because they require the volumes, is you have a secure market, but not only that, they will help finance every season. They will provide the seeds, they will provide. So the more we can get women farmers into these mainstream organizations and associations where the big decisions are made, but only the infrastructure also, because they've got the capex to build the infrastructure. They build the warehouses, they build the silos, they get the car to your farm, the truck. So let's think of finance not just from a commercial bank perspective, but how these producers want the volume from the small-scale farmers and will help them to produce those volumes.
And Didi, I was just thinking, how many fellows did you bring to Tanzania?
22.
How many are in the room right now?
I don't know. Where are they? Are any of the lab fellows in the room? Stand up, stand up, stand up. So we have some in the room. We have some in other settings, but they're having an amazing experience. So thank you to Agnes Kalibata for her leadership, and thank you to the AGRF team.
All right, and Didi, how good is your eyesight? Because there's a fellow right at the back of the room. Hello,
yes.
friend. Stand up. Come here, fellow. Because the reason you created these fellows Yes. I didn't mean fellow as in man, I meant fellow as in fellowship. All right. So the reason was so that their voices were heard, correct?
Yes, yes.
All right.
Yay!
Let's have some voices being heard. Hello, it's so nice to see you. Actually, welcome. What is this experience like?
It has been amazing. I've met women from very many parts of Africa. We are 22, and the experience has taken us to learn about the different sectors, what our fellow women are doing, and how best can we work together.
Is this your camera crew?
She's part of us.
Okay. All right. Good morning.
Yes, what I have acquired through the fellowship is that I have practically learned how to pitch my business, especially pitching it in 1 minute, and I'm able to access anybody that would like to invest in me.
Can you pitch it in 30 seconds? Yes!
My name is Atile Joyce Onegwa. I work with African Women Agribusiness Network. We are women entrepreneurs that are working together to make sure we reach other women to access market for our fruits and vegetables. And we have so far reached 250 women entrepreneurs to access market.
My sister, give your camera to your colleagues.
Okay, my name is Anne Obize, and I work with Africa Food Change Makers as the communications officer. And I've been a part of the LAF program, planning and executing the program, and it has been amazing. It has been impactful, bringing over 27 women who started the program, with over 600 women who signed up for the program declaring interest. Well, after the review and everything, we selected 27 of them, and 22 of them are currently here in Tanzania. We've exposed them to several trainings on writing op-eds, on building their brands, on pitching, and several other activities. So the Leading Africa Women in Food Fellowship is one of the programs we're running at Africa Food Change Makers. We also have the Scaling Export program. We have the Building Resilience Against Climate Change. And we're all about empowering the agripreneurs and everyone across the food ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you. Future women leaders, thank you so much. Please take a seat. As you can tell, that was not rehearsed. All right. That also was not rehearsed. That could have been our AGRF 2023 viral moment. Fortunately, I did not fall on the carpet, because you know the cameraman would not have stopped taking pictures. All right, now that we've opened up the conversation, put your hand up if you have a question. We have 4. Brilliant. Okay. Do you have a question? Do you have a microphone? Where's the microphone? If you've got one in front of you. All right, either hand up or push the mic. Go ahead. All right.
Here.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Akira. I come from Brazil. I'm an Engine ambassador. We are a youth organization to create impact. And I would like to know what is the importance of the example. You as leaders, in the way you are, how do you see your example, or people that gave you an amazing example to you to be moving on in the impact you do? Thank you.
Thanks. Let's answer this question first. Who wants to do it? Amazing example. What is an amazing example? What is an amazing example for? Your inspiration story. Good one, Sarah. What's your inspiration story? Or Ndidi, were you going to do it? Let's do Sarah. Sarah, you do your inspiration story. Ndidi, turn your microphone off for a moment. Thank you.
Well, that's a very important question. I think we're all different in our leadership styles and as people. But definitely, I remember when I was younger, I was inspired by Professor Mangare Maathai, actually. I was really fascinated with her, the Greenbelt movement, and later even when I was fiancée with my spouse, He said, oh, you keep on going on and on about her, Sarah, and I really dug deep in what drives her, what pushes her, how she's been such an advocate, and how she took along this whole community of women and single-handedly took on the challenge of climate change. And I was not surprised that she was awarded the Nobel laureate. So that's somebody who really inspired me. Thank you for that question.
Oh, that was a good answer. Question over here. You have the microphone, I believe.
Thank you.
Yes.
My name is Tercia Christian, and I work with Tanzania Agricultural Development Bank. I have a comment and a question. Helen spoke about de-risking, and I would like just to bring, to enlighten the delegates in here, the Tanzania Agricultural Development Bank, what it has been doing, which is de-risking the smallholder through the Smallholder Credit Guarantee Scheme. This is a government, a state-owned development financial institution, and we partner with several financial institutions, commercial ones, where we guarantee smallholder farmers to up to 50%, and the goal is to go to 75% for women and youth. So that's just a comment to share the experience in Tanzania, what we're doing. In terms of the question, I would like to ask Ndende, the information she has shared with us with the program that she has initiated, the Food Change Makers. The information, this is my first time Agrf attending, and I've just learned about it, and I'm excited of what the potential can be offered to, especially to the Tanzanian market. So how are you going to make it more aware, for people to be aware of such opportunity? Thank you.
First of all, let me commend the Tanzanian government for the initiative you just talked about. That's very encouraging and I think worthy of emulation. So well done. In terms of African food change makers, we would love to have as many of you involved in the platform. What is surprising is that outside Nigeria, the US, we have the highest number of clicks from the United States on our portal, which means that people in America are interested in opportunities in African agriculture. And we have to make ourselves more aware of opportunities that exist. So please do get on it, afchub.org. It's available, and I would love to see young women like you in policy taking advantage of the Leading Women in Food Fellowship next year, because we need your voices amplified on a global stage. So thank you.
So I want to ask about IFAD's work in gender equality and how that fits into the conversation that we're having today.
No, thank you for that. We have committed, we've got very high commitments towards gender equality. What do we understand by that? By gender equality, we mean equal access to markets, joint decision-making, a control and ownership of assets, so economic mobility for women, and also sharing of workload. So we are actually looking at those 4 aspects, women leadership of farmers' organizations, be it women-led or joint. So we're looking at all that, and I was really moved by what Helen had stated. We have a very specialized approach where we take in household members, and we walk them through a joint visioning exercise for the individual woman as a leader, as a contributor. We take the whole community along to really identify and see the contribution women make at that community level and be able to translate that contribution into economic terms. And so once we leave those communities, there is direct appreciation of, yes, women are also caregivers, but they are also economic agents. And what I have seen in many of the communities that we have been investing in is this sudden appreciation, monetization of the contribution that women make, and an automatic respect for the role women are playing and the investments that they make at household level. So taking all of that, then we're saying we want to finance these women, and how do we do that? And the de-risking story, I do not want to go back to it, is absolutely what we inspired to do. Looking at insurance, micro-insurance, we also want to be able to allow women to make decisions around agricultural inputs. So we've introduced digital vouchers. We've tested this in the Kenya context, the Zambia context, and the Malawi context, allowing women who are actually working in the field to make the decisions for seeds. And we've seen that by empowering them to do that, they're actually making the right choices for what the household will eat and taking control of the household diet and their own nutrition. And then unlocking that, working with financial institutions that don't understand agriculture, that think about risk. We have learned now that we actually also need to profile and get the data in for rural women. Who is that rural farmer? Why is she less risky than the next person? How can we get that information into the hands of financial institutions so they actually understand that? And the third role that we are saying, I talked about leadership. We're really working with young SMEs, micro and small entrepreneurs, and trying to harness those ideas and giving them access to grant money to have brilliant ideas. We have Agrf, digital, young ladies who are very active in that, really, at the forefront of innovation. And we are saying, this is grant money, run with it, do what you can with it, come back and show us what you're doing. One very big and final element that IFAD finances around women, and that's why we're working very closely with Agrf, but not only Agrf, we work with a lot of networks in Africa that promote and support women and women voices. We are seeking to reduce the fact that women don't own assets, and we're trying to encourage banks to look at women-owned assets. If it's not land, there's other ways of looking at assets and looking at entrepreneurship. And we're having discussions with financial institutions, and I think this is a time for Africa to actually see that women are bankable. And if we don't finance women, we're actually shooting ourselves in the foot by losing out and missing out on a huge number of people who actually can repay back loans, and they are reliable business people. Back to you, Femi.
I'm going to squeeze in just one very quick question from the audience. I know you have a microphone. It's going to be really, really quick. Thank you.
Good morning. I will be really quick. I'm Claudia Pacenta, Regional Manager of the African Food Fellowship. So we are in the business, as many of you on stage, to support food system leaders and deliberate about making it equitable for women. So my question to you is, particularly maybe to Ndidi, but to everyone, how do we change the story about leadership, bringing out the value that it's intrinsically female about convening and bridge making? How do we change the story from the leaders being the solo hero that does it all to a person that actually brings together actor? And so that would be really my question, because it's a challenge we face, and women are afraid of the word leadership. They do not identify themselves with that notion of leadership. How do we change that?
I'm going to make this the speed question. So Helen will say a sentence, and Didi will say a sentence. Sarah, Sonia. Okay, Helen, go.
I think you need to trust us. I don't need to be branded as a leader because I'm a woman, but whatever I do at the ground level, I need to be proud of what I do. So if I am a farmer, I go to the farm, I get to make a cassava, you pay me a fair price. So I'm already a leader, I feel good about myself. So it doesn't have to be Helen at the top level who's going to take it from the woman at the bottom level. It has to be everyone at every stage. When I go to the forums, I am promoting more women than men. Not because I am not a promoter, I'm against men, nothing like that, but I just want to give them a fair chance, a fair level to do whatever men do, even them I want them to do. So at your level, be your own boss.
And Didi.
So at Leap Africa, we had a term that leadership is an act, not a position. It's an act, ACT, not a position. And what defines your leadership is what you do to inspire others. A leader is an individual who has a vision, who galvanizes others to achieve that vision, to impact positively on society. And if we have that definition in Africa, it changes the game, because it's not about that position. There are many people we call rulers. They're not leaders, right? There are many managers who are not leaders. So ultimately, it's how you live and how you act. And I think women are excited by those definitions because there are many women who defy odds every single day and who achieve impact every single day. We see them seated here, our farmers, our chefs, our cooks, our processors. And every single day when they wake up and make a difference in society, they're leading. And that's what gets me excited about women taking over and making positive impacts in Africa.
This is a really important question, and I think for many women, or what we see in many African societies, is that somebody is speaking and therefore automatically is equated with somebody who has a voice is then leading, and many women are encouraged maybe not to speak. But I think accountability is really what I would like to mention about women. Women are accountable at all levels. We see that. And that sense of responsibility and, you know, and coming back and being faithful, being reliable, being responsible is what we often don't see in leadership in this continent. And I think this is reflected in everyday women and the work that they do, and knowing that our mothers are there, knowing that, you know, when you buy from a woman, she's going to provide you with something and a product that is safe, that is sound, that is honest. And I think that aspect we can amplify more. And then I think we will also be speaking to what women do every day in an honest and dedicated way. Back to you, Femi.
I'm just looking at Helen. Helen's just smiling, right, really broadly on that definition. Hixonia, you have the last word in this particular session about leadership. Go ahead.
Thank you. Clearly, age before beauty does work in this forum, so thank you very much for that. I think the very concept of a hero leader or Spider-Man type leader or rock star leader is dead. So even in setting criteria for how we choose our leaders, even as CEOs, is the key criteria would be someone who can drive the strategic direction of the organization, or the people build followership, build a vision community, and build collaboration. That's what defines a leader these days, not someone who walks ahead of you and checks to see whether you follow them.
I think just by being on the stage, you actually define what leadership looks like. Not just women leadership, just leadership. Helen, Ndidi, Sarah, Hixonia, thank you very much. Ladies, please take a seat in the audience. You are now on time for a very special awards ceremony we're about to go through. Everybody, please keep your seats. There are certain strategies and tools you will need in order to be ready to enter our awards ceremony. I need volume in the room. I need applause. I need cheering so that you are ready to experience the extraordinary finalists you are about to see on the stage. Can I hear your ululating, first of all? Oh dear. Are we going to have to send reinforcements? All right. Ululating, please. Thank you. Asante. All right. Cheering. I know the whole room can do that. Cheering. Can we have it a little louder so in the outside exhibition area they're wondering what's going on in the Sellers Hall? Cheering part 2. Stamping, please. Oh, this is what stamping is. Stamping. All right, we can work on that. I'm not sure you're going to need this, but just in case, a standing ovation. I am so glad we rehearsed this so that we are ready. Okay. My name is Femi Oke. I am your MC and awards host for the Value for Her Women Agripreneur of the Year Awards 2023. Let's run the video. Welcome.
Women are at the heart of Africa's agriculture, providing up to 50% of agricultural labor force, contributing 70% of food production and accounting for 80 to 90% of food processors. African women have always played a vital, yet often overlooked role in agriculture. They are the backbone of rural communities, working tirelessly to ensure food security and economic growth. These women are the hidden champions, driving innovation and sustaining the very fabric of our societies. Research has shown that when women thrive, entire communities prosper. From farm to fork, African women are players along the entire agricultural value chain. However, the significance of women's contribution to agriculture has been historically underestimated due to the small-scale nature of their enterprises. However, a select few women are rewriting this narrative, leading pioneering and profitable agribusiness ventures. Today, we spotlight these outstanding women, the unsung heroes of agriculture, through a transformative movement, the Value for Her Women Agripreneurs of the Year Awards, or WAYA. WAYA is a Value for Her recognition scheme that offers more than just applause. It's a catalyst for change. The award recognizes African female agripreneurs who have excelled in agricultural value chains and have demonstrated remarkable innovation by contributing positively towards food security, climate resilience, women and youth empowerment. Launched in 2021 at the Agrf Summit in Nairobi, Kenya, WAYA aims to create visibility, promote the winners as role models, trigger innovation, and spur ambition among women agripreneurs. Every year, WAYA identifies and honors trailblazers who are revolutionizing the agricultural landscape. The award categories include Young Female Agripreneur, Rising Star, Outstanding Value-Adding Enterprise, Female AgTech Innovator, and the WAYA Grand Prize. Welcome to the 2023 edition of the Women Agripreneurs of the Year Awards, WAYA. We introduce you to the continent's top female agripreneurs, the driving force behind Africa's food systems, our food champions. Stay tuned as we celebrate and honor the triumphs of African women in agriculture.
The 2022 WAYA Award winner, Ms. Oluyemisi Iranloye. Please come to the stage. Does she walk like a winner? How has this year been? Yemisi, welcome. We want to hear about what your year has been like. The whole reason Agra created this award was to create more space for women to get into markets and investment, to be supported, to have their voice heard. Can you remember the moment when you found out you had won WAYA 2022? What was that like?
Thank you very much. I was seated at this hall, and we were supposed to be 15 grand finalists, and I was saying, I just wish I just win one of the categories. I was not looking forward to being the grand award winner, because it was not declared there was going to be a grand award winner. And so after all the categories have been mentioned, I was like, okay, we didn't make it this year, maybe we'll try next year. And then when my name was called, I was like, wow. And for me, it was exciting. I was quite happy, because I actually put in at the very last day of the contest. I didn't see the adverts on time. And I wanted the award to help my, the children of the female farmers' children. I work in the cassava space, and in that space, a lot of transformation have happened to the farmers. More of their children are now going to school, primary and secondary. But when it gets to the university stage, the farmers pick the boys, especially in the community where you have 3-4 wives and all the wives have children going to the university at the same time. So the boys get to be picked and the girls are dropped, even when sometimes they are really the most intelligent in the house. So I wanted a foundation that was going to help farmers' girls to go to university. So for me, this award was something that was meeting a vision that I wanted to satisfy.
Yemisi, I'm just going to ask the finalists for this year's Wire Awards. Will you stand up, please? All the finalists, please stand up. Thank you. I'm not going to ask you how you feel because that's a terrible question to ask you. But please, thank you for joining us. Congratulations on even being here in this room. Yemisi, is there anything else you want to address the audience with about your 1 year?
Okay, so this will go for the finalists. It's nice to be at this stage where you are among the top 15. And I know good people are running through your blood right now. Imagine whether you're going to win or not. But whether you win or not, there is still another winning prize where you can do the Accelerator Mentorship Program. And we did it. It was really helpful. You get a mentor that will hold you by the hand to help your business. It's an FAO Accelerator Mentorship class. Also, all the courses they are going to throw at you, please try to ensure you do it. It will really build your business. And if you get to win, please use the money well. Use it exactly for what will transform your business or that thing you thought of when you made the application. Don't divert it. Just use it for that. And I'm sure in the next 2-3 years, you'll be surprised how far you would have gone in your business. Congratulations in advance.
Thank you so much, Yemisi. We appreciate you. So we have two very special dignitaries joining us for our awards ceremony. We start with Dr. Kalabata, who of course is the president of Agrf, and Agrf created these amazing Wire Awards back in 2021, 3 years ago. Dr. Kalabata, there are so many places Dr. Kalabata could be today at this very moment, so it says a lot that you are here with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Femi, for a fantastic event. I really want to start by appreciating the panelists that just were on the stage just a moment ago. Because you see, a lot of us, many of us, want to do so many things, want to be entrepreneurs, but it's only when you can link to an idea of something successful, of someone that has been successful, when the picture is painted for you, that you actually start getting the adrenaline flowing in your blood and starting to believe that you actually can do it. That's the whole idea of role models. So I really want to appreciate people who have gone ahead of you all and are putting and are willing to be part of us here today to tell us their stories and encourage many more young people. I was asked to come on stage to provide a congratulatory message. I just wanted to recognize all the young ladies that have made it to this moment. There are going to be 15 of you, but I want you to know that whether you're the final winner or not, by getting here, by putting yourself through what you put yourself to get here, you are a winner. I also want to recognize the 1,360 women out there that put forth their ideas to be part of this. So you may not have made it to the 15, but the 15 wouldn't have made it if you hadn't participated. Thank you for making this happen, and continue trying. If you didn't make it to the 15, continue trying, because you will make it to the 15 and you will make it to the number 1. It all begins with an idea, and everything else is the courage, the amount of energy, and the amount of effort that you put in. The Wire Awards started in 2021, it was said in the video, and the idea really was to recognize and propel young women forward. A few days ago, I went to the field, and a number of you, some of my board members were with me. It was amazing to see what a very small support in terms of resources can do. This lady who got $15,000 support, 40 million Tanzanian shillings, support from Agrf that is processing and adding value to maize, fortified maize, is now a huge business of nearly $500,000 and selling processed maize flour to countries in the neighborhood. And it all started with a very small gift, if I might call it, but more importantly, a big idea that someone was willing to believe in. So I really want to make sure that you do understand that efforts like this are extremely important, and we'll do anything to continue supporting all of you until we get there. The Wire Award is part of the Value for Her. Value for Her is a platform of over 3,000 women businesses, and we want to grow it to 10,000 women businesses. We want to grow it to more than 10,000. We want to create a community where women businesses feel they can share their ideas, they can get the hand-holding, they can, they can feel that they have a sisterhood where they can come and talk about business success, business failure, and fears. We live in a society that sometimes doesn't tolerate fear, but we want to make sure that this platform is a platform you can also come and talk about your fears and how you overcome them, your challenges and how you overcome them. We want to create a community where you look at us and see support and see sisterhood and see brothers that are willing to move you forward. We want to make sure that you can be that for all the women out there that are trying to struggle in the agriculture sector. Part of what we do in Value for Her is create Women for Women Purchase Network, where you also in your businesses purchase and support other women. That's how this lady who we gave a 15,000 grant to was basically to prompt her to purchase from women farmers. So I want to conclude on this. I know we have a whole lot ahead of us, and I want to make this short. I want to conclude by thanking the judges that have facilitated this, and I want to call out their names. I want to thank you, Binta. Binta is a board member of Agrf, and she's been one of the judges, and we really are very happy that you were part of the judges. Karen Nemondo, CEO of International Dairy Federation, we want to thank you. Betty Kipagat, Government Affairs Leader, Africa and Middle East, Koteva. Judy Matu, National Executive Chair Lady, AWAC, and Esther Dizano, Director Gender Programming, the MasterCard Foundation. Again, I want to remind you all, and I know your hearts are beating in your seats. I want to remind you all that you already, by being here with us today, you are a winner. If you don't take that medal home, if you don't take that prize home, just remember one thing. You are a winner, and we will continue finding ways to work with you and to make sure that you eventually make it to this stage. So thank you very much, and congratulations to you all.
Thank you, Dr. Kalavata. Don't go too far away because you will be presenting the awards, and we will get to that in a moment. I'm just making sure we have the award table. Is the award table ready? Thumbs up from the award table. Very good. Excellent. Are the judges ready? All right, thumbs up from the judges. We have 3 categories and then a grand prize. So, talking about category number 1, which is the Rising Star, the Young Female Agripreneur Award. Esther Desanu is going to be presenting and talking about that award. Esther, thank you. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Femi, and good afternoon to everyone. So I'm Esther Dasenu. I'm the Director of Gender Programs at the MasterCard Foundation, and it's such a privilege for me to be standing before you today to present the Young Female Agripreneur of the Year Award, otherwise known also as the Rising Star Awards. And it's so important because at the MasterCard Foundation, we are not only committed to accelerating access to work opportunities for young people, but most importantly, for young women. So much so that 70% of our target is towards young women. We strongly believe that the future and the ability for our continent to transform actually lies in the hands of young women. So, without further ado, the Young Rising Star or Young Female Agripreneur of the Year Award recognizes high potential young ladies below the age of 35 that are demonstrating innovation and leadership in agribusiness. This year, 575 young women applied in this category. And the 5 finalists within the category are Adelaide Mwasige, founder of AIS Solution from Tanzania; Judith Korea, founder and managing director of Ava Group Investment Limited from Tanzania; Lucy Choma Anyagolu, founder of Agrodemi Enterprises in Nigeria; Sini Samba, CEO of Le Lionceau, Senegal; Tracy Vongai Mfumo, founder and managing director of Any Streets in Zimbabwe. So without further ado, the winner is, and I have to say, I'm very excited about this one because I got to speak to her live, and just feeling the energy that comes out of this young lady makes you want to quit everything that you're doing and go into business. She's the founder of Agrodemi Enterprises in Nigeria. Please welcome to the stage, Lucy Choma Anyagolu.
Congratulations. Please stay on the stage. In the category for Female Ag Tech Innovator, Betty Kiblagat is going to talk about that category and announce the finalist.
Good afternoon, everyone, and always a delight. I've done this 3 years in a row. It's 3 years. I think I'll be retiring after this. But it's been a journey and exciting for me to be asked to give this award because AgTech is very important. I listened to your stories on Tuesday evening, was it? Monday evening, and listening to some of you saying how you're deploying technologies to people in rural communities, really challenged me and asked myself, what am I leaving behind? But you are offering solutions through digital platforms to help our farmers achieve and benefit from what they're planting. And it's such an important tool. And I want to just challenge you, and as I move to announce the winner, M-Pesa in Kenya became such a big deal. And all of us in Kenya, if you come to Kenya, we can't survive without M-Pesa. What do we need to do to make these technologies that you're coming up with be such a change maker that it becomes an M-Pesa for agriculture? But that's the challenge I leave with the innovators. So we had 216 applicants in this category. I have 5 finalists: Cecilia Rolensi, China, CEO Afritech Organic Leather from Tanzania; Fatma Abdul Razak Fernandez, CEO Quince Group Limited, Tanzania; Joyce Waithera Rugano, founder and CEO EcoRich Solutions, Kenya; Marianne Ruguru Gishanga, Director Agritech Analytics, Kenya; Mwende Gatabakindi, founder and Managing Director, Africa Aquaculture Resources Center, Kenya. Drum rolls, please. And the winner of this amazing category, Marianne Ruguru Gishanga, Director, Agritech Analytics, Kenya. Marianne.
Don't sleep, wake up. Collect your money, wake up. Collect your money, wake up. Get up, go get the moolah. Wake up. Don't walk, you don't try. You supposed to be try. Kill up, come, it's on person, my town, person, we don't mind, boy. When I land softly on his sofa.
Congratulations. Our third category is Outstanding Value Adding Enterprise. And Judy Matu will be presenting that category. Judy, welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's such a pleasure to be here. As a judge for the second time, I judged the very first 2021 WIRE Awards, and now I'm here again. And we're also proud to be partners in this amazing journey of recognizing women in agriculture. Our work supports and builds the capacity of women in agriculture around food security and nutrition, climate action, climate justice, women economic empowerment, which is the bottom line of everything, and definitely advocacy. Because with women, there's definitely the aspect of amplifying their voices, ensuring that they are heard and that action is taken. I'm very honored to be here, to be presenting, to be announcing the category and the winner of the Outstanding Value Adding Enterprises. Value adding is actually the lucrative node within the value chains. This is where most of the financials, most of the suppliers, and most of the actors and enablers within the value chain want to plug in. And it's also the node that supports the post-harvest management and by elongating or giving food the longer shelf life. So, this category attracted 569 contestants. And out of this very amazing 569, we had 5 finalists by name. First was, and this is not in any order, Bernice Dapa, the CEO, Bright Generation Community Foundation, Ghana. for the Bamboo Bites Initiative, Ghana. There was Jimo Fatima, the CEO, Nafram Foods Limited, Nigeria. Third, in no order, is Juliet Kakwere Nakojo Tumusime, the CEO and co-founder, Chevaux Organic, I hope I pronounced it right, International Limited in Uganda. There was also Miriam Kanywa Chabari, Managing Director and CEO, Tharaka Honeybee Products Limited, Kenya. And we had Sabina Rashid, CEO, Rosho, Mastermind Ventures Limited, Tanzania. Drum rolls, and the winner is Barnes Dapa, CEO, Bright Generations Community Foundation, Ghana, for the Bamboo Bites Initiative.
Delegates, remember we had a little rehearsal before this award ceremony officially began. We rehearsed ululating, which sounds like this. Oh, actually louder than this. Ululating sounds like this. Thank you, a lone ululator. We rehearsed very loud applause and cheering, which sounds like this. Okay, all right. It needs to be louder than this, but that was good for rehearsal number 2. Stand by. Okay. Because Binta Toure Ndoye is going to be announcing the grand prize winner. I need the vocals to be up, the enthusiasm to be up, for everybody in the entire conference hall wondering what is going on in here. Stand by for that cue. Binta, hello.
Have to wait a little bit, please. So, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, everyone in this room, welcome, karibu, and jambo. My name is Binta. I am an Agrf board member, and I'm a pure Pan-African banker, passionate about finance, financing young people, young women, and coaching them also. So before I maybe switch to Swahili and French, those people who are not speaking and understanding Swahili and French, please put on your headphones, okay? Alors, il y a une raison pour laquelle je m'adresse aujourd'hui en français. Mais ce que je vais dire, everything what I'll be saying, I can translate that to you. It has been said before. Leadership, and I think Ixonia or Ndidi said that previously, everyone has his style, but it's about impacting people. C'est pour impacter la population, la communauté, et faire en sorte qu'on crée de la valeur. Et aujourd'hui, on a vu, et la présidente l'a précisé tout à l'heure, nous avons eu plus de 1400 participantes. Et sur ces 1400 participantes, il a fallu faire un choix très, très, très compliqué sur les catégories qui viennent d'être nommées. Donc, on en a pris 15, difficilement. Et sur les 15 aujourd'hui, il y en a une en particulier qui se distingue. So, who is that female young entrepreneur? I think she's illustrating everything that has been said today in this room. Everything. I said impacting her environment, being a young leader, working on innovative solutions, nutrition. What did I forget? I think all the participants today, panelists before, mentioned the importance of nutrition today in the food agriculture system. So I'm really pleased, very honored to call on someone who is young, who is, she has an influential style. I was able to discuss a little bit with her last Monday, and I'm really thrilled to announce today our grand winner, et son nom est Sini Samba Le Lionceau. Why she's from Senegal. That was the reason why I was trying to speak French. Congratulations. So happy for you.
I'm very, very emotional right now. Maybe I will lose my English. It's really an honor to receive this award. I started the business since I was 25 years old. It wasn't easy. We face these different challenges every day, but we know that we have to thrive. We have to change the narrative of Africa, and we have here in the continent different nutritious resources that are just waiting to be valorized, and we are here to do that. So I'm very, very happy to receive this prize for Le Lionceau and for all my team who are behind me, and very happy to inspire other young people to really continue their work for the food system. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sini. Please go to the center of the stage. All the finalists, please can you join us on stage? We are going to have an epic photograph. So all of the finalists, please, congratulations. Please come on stage as well. And as you come onto stage, I'm going to ask Sabdio Dido to actually do a few closing remarks, and then we can do as many photographs as we want all the way through lunchtime, if we want to. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And congratulations to all the winners. As was said here earlier, all the 15 finalists and all the 1,300 women who applied for this award are winners. So congratulations, congratulations, congratulations. WIRE Awards are a tribute to millions of African women who have dedicated themselves to transforming Africa's food systems. So this is a win for all women in agri-food systems. Special appreciation to the judges for the tireless effort. I know you had to dedicate quite a bit of your own time, your own resources. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to the partners of AGRA, and thank you so much to the partners of Value for Her. In a special way, I would like to recognize today the USAID that has actually funded this whole initiative. Thank you so much to the Mastercard Foundation that is continuing to support us. Thank you so much to the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation that continues to support us on our women's economic empowerment agenda. And special recognition to our work led by Judy here for sponsoring one of the categories. And I want to say that as partners, you are free to also sponsor different categories of this award so that we recognize women in every frontier of the agri-food systems. Thank you so much to the team that has put all this together. And now let us celebrate. Thank you. And then we go on with the celebration.
Okay, then we have to organize this. Everybody get in a semicircle. Everybody in semicircle. We're going to take one big picture. Sorry, one more. Thank you. My last duty is to see if I can get everybody together again for a very organized photograph. I think it might be the hardest thing I'm going to have to do. All right, so turn around to the front of the stage. Thank you. All right, this is going to take 30 seconds, I promise. It will be over very quickly. How do you want it, sir? How do you want the picture? One line, two lines? One line, please. One line, everybody. If you see somebody behind you, that is not one line. All right, very good. Okay.
back on stage? Can all the winners come back on stage for a group photo? Lucy, may you please come back on stage for a group photo? Lucy, may...
young, want to show that okay, thank you.
Emmanuel, let's go to the content tab, please.
do I get those photos? Whose phone is that? Okay.
you.